everybody. My thing, I don't know what is wrong with it. I still can't get it to work. It keeps telling me that the video ID is invalid even though I'm watching it. So, who knows what is going on. So give me a minute and I'll get drinks. If you're putting them in, I'm probably not going to see them at the moment. Alrighty. Let me go up here a ways and see if anybody put them in, and then I'll start going down the list. Civ 5, 38, Pepsi. Dennis, Fanta 39. Billy, Dr. Pepper Coconut Cream 38. BH is Orange 28. Garrett, Barks 36. Jim Thompson, Pepsi Zero Cherry 36. BMC, Pepsi Zero 37. Jelly Rogers is Barks 40. Brian, Black Cherry Fresca 37. Oh, come on. KJ, DP Coconut 30. Maple Leaf, Pepsi Zero Cherry Cream 40. Lyle, Pepsi 40. Captain Vicks, Pepsi 36. JC's, Pepsi Zero Cherry Cream 39. Thomas, Pepsi Zero 38. Mike Schlei's, Black Cherry 39. Joseph. Black Cherry 16. Michael Rose is 7-Up Tropical Zero, 39. Smokers, Cherry Float, 39. Silverman's Fanta, 39. Vincent's Pepsi 036. Alright, so I think I've got everybody down right now. I've got Garrett, VMC, Silverman, Vincent, Cap, BH, Jim, KJ, Billy, Michael Rose, Smoker, JC, Brian Robinson, Dennis Stewart, Civ 5, Jolly Roger, MLN, Lyle, Thomas, Mike Schleiz, and Joseph. Anybody missed? So I don't know what's up with the bots, but I'll still have to keep playing with it. I didn't have time this weekend. I had N Marsh, Fresca Peach 39. New Marshall, Pepsi 38. Alrighty. So yeah, Friday it was, had the kids that evening and went to, in Utah on the 24th of July, it's Pioneer Day, when they celebrate. It's a state holiday for when pioneers settled Utah. So they had fireworks out at the reservoir. It was hamburgers and hot dogs and, you know, all the free food and swimming and slip and slide and music and all kinds of fun stuff. So we went there, got home like 10:30, and then we went to bed because we had to get up at 5 o'clock to go to swim meet. And then we got back and I was on call that night, got called in at 9:30, didn't get home until 4:30. Finally got to sleep at 6:30. And so from Friday morning until this morning, including last night, I got a total of 12 hours of sleep. Kelly, Fresca Peach. Mm, 35. I was going to say, I didn't save a year. So, I had no time whatsoever to work on fixing it. Muscle Shell, Fanta Orange, and 37. Alright, I'm sure some people are still coming in, but I'll run down this real quick again. I have Garrett, VMC, Silverman, Vincent, Cap, BH, New Marshall, Jim Thompson, KJ, Muscle Shell, Billy, Michael Rose, Smoker, JC, Brian Robinson, Dennis Stewart, Civ 5, Callie, Jolly, MLN, Lyle, Thomas, Mike Schleiz, Joseph, and Enmarsh. Anybody did I miss? I didn't see you, Jimmy, if you want to throw one in. Seven Up and 35. Alrighty. I think that's probably good enough. If anybody hasn't gotten it in, you've had plenty of time. And let me do this. And 26 likes, okay. Let's get the 25 like going then. There you go. Exclamation GAW will get you in on that. And while we're doing that, we'll go through the drink. Oh, Dutch Murphy, yes, you are in time. If you want to throw your drink and year, and also exclamation GAW. As I said, I was about to show what the drink was, but I'll wait for you. If you want in. Dr. Pepper 41. Alrighty. Michael Erickson, I didn't see a name or a drink or year for your name if you want to throw one in. And exclamation GAW for the 25 like giveaway. Tim Ivins, Cherry Float 39. Michael Erickson, Coke Float 28. All right. Now I think I've gotten everybody that I have seen. So I'm guessing everybody's good. Exclamation GAW is entry going on for the 25 like giveaway. And tonight, hey Lynn, if you want to throw a drink and year in real quick, I was just about to announce the winners. And I'll let you in if you want. See if you're one of them. I think we've had pretty much every drink guessed. So if you want to throw your drink and year in real quick, I'll let you do that. We also have exclamation GAW going on for a 25 like giveaway. Okay. It's one of those trying to read through and all the stuff's scrolling through. So, alrighty. Good on the guess then. We had 2 winners. Why is that wet? Maybe it was condensation? I don't know. The winners were Callie Brown's fan and Ann Marsh with a Fresca Peach. There's a few that were Fresca Black Cherry, but not quite. And this is the can opener for a bottle, but you use this part. That's how you use it for the cans. Make sure they're circulated. Yep. It was weird. I pulled a couple out and they were all newer ones. I was like, oh no. Open entries for just a minute. It stopped at 43 seconds. So exclamation GAW if you have not. I'll give you about 10-15 seconds to get in. Right now we have 28 people. All the way down to Muscle Shell. Silverman, you're already in. So I think we're good. All right. Close entries. Winner of the drink. Vincent. Congratulations. As usual, you can always tell me. Yep, bank it. Sounds good. Let me do that right now. Alrighty. We do have some new stuff that will be coming in besides the stuff I'd already ordered. So on those ones, I'm not putting them on the website yet because I don't have them. And there we go. I was trying to find my screen again. How about we start off already? Received your other package. That's good. As usual, we'll put the 64 Denvers off to the side, 63 Phillies if there are any, which usually there aren't too many, one or two sometimes. Don't know if that was the ender or if I just happened to, the way I opened it, but it might have been the ender. But starting off like that is always good. At least Garrett gets to keep his job, hopefully, but It's weird, my drink guesser is not connecting, but supposedly the year guesser is. KJ's slacking. Well, it's better than I did. I didn't do anything. Hey, Vanessa. Thank you, BMC. Jim Thompson just sent 10 Dad Hunts coin gift memberships, and that went to Ashley Rice, Josie May. Let's see, it's going a little too fast. There we go. Jose Maya. Jim Paulson, Speechless XD, Derek Hammer, Riley Hunt's Coins, Another Machine, Silver Chupacabra, Monkey King Medals, and Soul Mama. Congratulations. All right. Don't think I saw it, but we already starting off with the 30s. 1939. It is not the DRS. There was no mint mark. So a 39 Philly. Fines opened up. Muscle Shell had a 40. Alrighty. One year off. Michael had a 38. Oh, okay. I'll get Michael on there also. Because the thing that I did, it's supposed to go in either direction, and it said there were no guesses that were correct. Even though it said plus 21 years. I don't know what plus 21 years meant, but thank you for catching both of them. So yeah, from the weekend I was tired. Didn't get to take a nap yesterday. I thought I was going to, and I didn't. Oh, Mike Larson got 3 chili peppers. I don't have Michael on here yet, so let me get you added in. Michael, you now have 50 cents banked. Yummy. That's just all rusty. It wasn't even like a lickable one. For those members, you do have the lickable emoji. So yeah, I did order some. I do have it on ultra low latency, and I'm thinking whatever Streamlabs did messed it up, because I even started a complete new stream, because usually that happens after a while. The link gets not corrupted, but it's kind of broken, so it doesn't pick up the live anymore. And for my bots script that I use, so I'm thinking they did something, because when I went to start it, it was not even the normal way to start it. So I've got to figure out what they've done. Let's bring it over this way a little more centered. Because the last couple times that happened, all I had to do was start a new stream in YouTube when I scheduled it, and took care of it. But it did not do that this time. So we'll see. Started off with roll 1 being great. This is the box for VMC, No Frills, and one of my sister's boxes, which there are now 3 left. And Billy donated a membership, and then went to Raymond Longy. I forgot to add Jim on there also. We had some big rain, caused some flooding. There's the cottonwood fire that it got downpoured on and took all of that blackened ground with no more, vegetation and stuff. And when that happens, of course, the rain just turns and runs off. It does not get soaked up. So that was when I was coming back from vacation. We were passing through a town called Beaver, and they were under boil water restrictions and stuff because it contaminated the river. So it went all the way across the interstate, went through half the town, went down into the water, the river, so it was a big mess. And then here we got some rain last week, can't remember when, but it kind of flooded. There's a video that's been going around on, I've seen it on YouTube and Facebook and stuff, from different sources. One of the guides, of course, they don't go out on days like that, so he was just, you know, filming the water and floods and stuff, and he got some pretty good footage of this flood coming down Hog Canyon. Tons of mud in town, all kinds of stuff. I think they said they got an inch of rain in less than an hour. Which we don't get much rain at all. Well, that was great. I just dumped like a third of the roll all over the ground. Let me pick them up. Guess we'll see if there was like a buffalo that was trying to run away or something. Guess there was only 3. I don't run fast either. Because I've always kind of been bigger. I've always figured if I can't outrun someone, I might as well just learn to tackle them and take their butts to the ground, which is why I was great as a bouncer in security. Because people see me and just think, you're just a fat idiot. Well, yeah, I do have some padding. But underneath is a lot of muscle. So people would underestimate me and end up on the ground. And after that, oh, Roy sent 20 memberships. Holy cow, thank you, Roy. Let me get you on the wheel. And that went to Rogue, Super N, Dan McHugh, Hike and Tackle, Michael Leake, Tim Ron Pierce, Diana McMahon, Poker John, Dolly's Journey in Weight Loss, High Plains Drifter, Adventures with Maxwell, Nathan C., Alexander R., Torchy, Bart Cubbins, Mike Biglin, Red Alert, Perry Martin, and there we go. That is, thank you very much, Roy. Yeah, people would learn their lesson and But it was one of those that even, I knew like bodybuilder type, people, and they would always guess my weight less than what I actually was. Because at that time I was when I was bouncing I was 280. But when I would go to the gym and stuff, I was 260. And the bodybuilder type guys, they all would guess 225, 230. And I would tell them 260, and they're like, there's no way. And I'm like, okay. So we go over to the scale and get on, and they're like, holy crap, you're not kidding. And I said, nope. And those are guys that know, weight and stuff. Pure muscle. Yep. So I've always been one of those that I knew a guy who did karate, and he goes, I could kick your butt if I'm allowed to use my arms and legs. But if you get up next to me where I can't use those, I'm a dead guy. And I'm like, cool. Let's find out. He's like, no thanks. I was like, at the hospital, we'd always get called down to any drunk and stuff people, and yeah, there was one drunk that he was just being horrible. It was overflow. He was in the hallway. He started jumping up on his bed and yelling and stuff, and I told him knock it off. He wouldn't. So I went up to him, knocked his legs out from under him as I grabbed his shirt, his chest area, and slammed him into the bed. So I basically, my left arm swept his legs out, and my right arm grabbed him and slammed him down. I told him he moves again, I'm going to throw his ass in restraints. He was good. Then I didn't see him for like 2 months, because he was in there all the time. And then all of a sudden we get called down, and oops, it is that guy. And he sees me, and he goes, oh, bleep. Not the big guy. I'll be good. I'll be good. I said, good. And he was. He didn't cause any problems. But he sure remembered that. The worst were psych holds, because you'd have to sit outside the cell. Like, there was literally kind of like a cell. It was a cement block room with a metal toilet and the bed and nothing else. So if they were on a hold, they would be put in there, and that was just boring. Yeah, I can tell you it is not a war nickel, so it will not be a 43, 4, or 5. 42s can be both. But 43, 4, and 5 is impossible if it's not a war nickel. Thank you, BMC. There's the new one. The one I just took off is extremely horrible, but it is a 47. That's just awful. Hey, Hyken, that was yours. I think came from Roy. Muscle and Billy. And there's still a third one down here, by the way. Oh, yeah, that's right. Couldn't remember the year on that one. So that had 3 in one roll. That was roll 11. Thank you, VMC. And Mike is good. And there's the new one. The one I just took off is a 1940. I need to get those on the board. I didn't get that last one on the board either. I'm slacking tonight, as usual. So this week I'm going to try to work on, well, getting the new stuff that I've ordered on the website when it comes in. Some of the things I picked up, I only have like one of. Some of them I picked up a few things of. I did pick up a tube of Scottsdale. I already have Scottsdale Lions, but I picked up a tube of Scottsdale Eagles. Barry sent a gold coin for 10 jewels. Thank you, Barry. So I'll have a thing of Scottsdale Eagles. I'll have a 1 ounce. Right now I've got 2 of the winter maple leaf diamond dusted. It's blue, limited edition out of 5,000 and numbered. But I picked up a spring maple leaf that is green. Again, out of 5,000 and numbered. Thank you, VNC. So I'll show you this one first. No mint mark, but it's another 39. 2 39s, a 40, and a 47 so far. Let's see, what else did I get? I got another one of those alien ones. I only had one. I can't remember who got it, but I got another one of those. I got see my last message. I gotta find where it's at now. Dennis at 39. Okay, oh, nice. Let me get Dennis on there first. So Dennis, the default is 2 names. If you want an X2, perfect. Now, we don't have that silver dime anymore because it was won last week. The one before as well. Oh, gotcha, okay. Jimmy and Thomas. Gotcha, those on there also. Thank you. See, Garrett's keeping me on my toes because I'm forgetting to put people on. I was too busy getting the scoreboard updated. Oh, and Calvin said something to see his last message. Oh, there you go. I've been hunting nickels almost every day since Wednesday, week before last, without a buffalo or silver after having some crazy luck. Sounds about right. Finished the box of quarters, and we ended up with a W. A 2020. In fact, nope. Well, I guess I don't know what I did with it. Hopefully I didn't throw it back in the bin. I thought I had it right up here. Oh. Actually, there was 2 things. There was a die chip, little tiny one in his hat. Very back edge at that little teeny tiny one. Still a die chip, but 2 W's and a 64, nice. And this one was the other one out of that box. A Salt River Bay 2020 W. I think I average 0.6 W's per box. So out of every 2 boxes, I'm usually getting at least 1. Which is how 0.6 average works. because you can't find a fifth of a nickel, or half of it, or a quarter, I mean. I mean, I guess you could. It would be called a nickel. Two uncirculated. The only uncirculated I get are 2024 Denver Phillies and 25 Phillies. Or 24 Denvers and 25 Phillies. 464s and 1140s? Jeez. I don't get those kind of boxes. My boxes, the last three that were circulated, were pre-searched and glued back shut. Butt hooks. But yeah, I've only gotten one uncirculated box of nickels, and I ended up selling that on eBay for $200. I've been selling all my half dollars, but literally as soon as the year changed to 2026, I got no bites, no hits, no watchers, nothing. And the ones before that I was selling, I put 4 on and I'd have people buy all 4. Pause per time, quick hello, have fun with hunts tonight. We hope to be back next week. That's awesome to hear. I was at swim meets, and when I got home I saw the post that you ended up not streaming. So hopefully you're feeling better. And Pa's spare time, not Pennsylvania, like someone asked about the other night, but Pa's spare time, you can check him out. I think Exclamation Pa gives his channel. And he'd taken a little break from streaming, and with family things going on and stuff, so sounds like he will be coming back streaming again. He's been I would never have thought a expired protein shake, but guess it can happen. But yeah, my half-dollar boxes were pre-searched. I've gone through the 2 of them. I still have 1 more. What's funny is one of the box, the second box I opened, there was, I think, 6 rolls that hadn't been searched. So, not sure how 6 unopened rolls were in there, but they were. But we have another find. Let's see, Walker Magnet streams Saturday mornings, and Pa would usually stream in the afternoon. So, plenty of stuff to watch. And then Copper Owl Coins, he usually hunts Sunday night. But if you have a channel you can throw exclamation me, and most of us probably already subscribed to each other, but if there's anybody new in here, throw that in, and you'll usually get some subs. Hey, Crafty. So you can do that throughout the night, you know, preferably not like every 2.5 seconds, but you know, every 10 minutes or something. That's fine, as long as you're not spamming the chat. You're welcome to do it. Kind of a slow box. It's on rolls 18, so we've done 17 rolls and have had 5 finds. So 1 in every 3. Thank you, VMC. And if you check out Jolly's, he does cooking stuff. I like to cook, just not for myself. And this one is another 1940. 2 39s, 2 40s, and a 47. Not sure what's up with all that tonight, but still take it. Kelly at 40. Awesome. So for now, I will default Callie with 2 names. Unless he says X2. First one of those tonight. So if you end up putting an X2, I will look for it, but like I said, for now, I default to 2 names. I think you'll like the August special. And what I've done is on my website, I've also put a tab at the top that says monthly specials, so every month I will update that. But I think you'll like the next month's special, so if you're thinking about purchasing something, you might hold off. Number 2, you Canada or USA? For what? Thank you, VMC. Oh, am I in Canada or USA? I'm in USA. Come on, there we go. 1936. So one of the later ones, a little beat up, but hey, it's a Buffalo out of Philly. And I'm in southern Utah, but I do, like, if you win a prize or anything, I do ship anywhere. Me, Crafty Billy, Hiking Maple Dennis. Well, gee. There we go. Yes, if Garrett misses you, yell at him so he can yell it at me. Or you could just yell at me. Oh my. What do you think that is? Let's do this. It's a little bit smaller. It is not a foreign. It's a washer. Or something. It's kind of interesting. Usually washers are just flat. This has like a groove in it. Well, that's a miscellaneous find. You are getting a washer. We'll call it a washer. Oh, I need to put that on the board. Miscellaneous. Compression washer. Yeah, I knew it wasn't a regular one because I was like, regular ones are just flat. And this one's, like, you can see it's all beat up on that side. But I was like, wait a minute. But that makes sense why it's not a regular. Can be. Some of those hardware things are expensive. Give me just a second on this one. There we go. Nice. Out of those rolls that you were finding all that in, did you get more from your bank? You said you were going to try to go back and get some. Get some more. Because I was thinking maybe it's customer wrapped rolls and they have all that. What else would be in there? Nice. I guess it's always worth at least picking up what they'll give you. You know, if they give you 2 rolls, then hopefully the next day they have 2 more and you'll be able to get them. I like the customer. I haven't gone through all the ones my sister gave me that were already opened. So I need to do that, but 1958. We now have one from the 50s. Nice. Brian, KJ, and Joseph Wells. Come on. Focus. There we go. But yeah. Yeah, it's one of those, if you can always get customer wrapped, those are always, seems, we'll have better finds, unless it's a searcher. DWSCZ, welcome. We've had Roy give 20 memberships and Jim gave 10. And Billy gave one. So we've had 31 new members because of that. Yeah, on non-war nickels, it's 38 to 59. The only time that is not the case is if it's a foreign or a buffalo or war nickel, something like that. So if you guessed higher than 59, you're welcome to re-guess. I do allow people to change their guesses. Give DWCNC a minute. There we go. 52. Okay. Now that you're in, and Joseph is in also. This one's a 57 this time. Perry. Alrighty. Well, Perry, your name automatically goes on twice unless you tell me X2. And an X2 just means you get to double the prize. So instead of one copper round, you can get like a higher priced, or you can bank it. So if you win an X2, basically it's worth $6.50 instead of $3.25. And for anybody in here that's newer, you hit 3 chili peppers on the slot machines. You get 50 cents added to your bank. That bank is basically store credit. You can use towards anything on my store website. So you can save up and get something big, or you can, you know, do whatever. Weird. But yeah, you can use it towards anything on my website, so you can save up and get you know, one of my colored rounds, or you can save up and get a 5-ounce round, or use it towards paying for part of a 5-ounce round, or silver or gold, or any of that. I'm trying to remember what I picked up. Actually, I can tell you what I picked up. Let's see, I picked up a tube of Scottsdale Eagles. So I have Lions and Eagles. I picked up Greed, the Greed coin, a Heart of Mother Nature, an Honoring Vets, which I've had before, but I was sold out. Kraken Skull with Pirate Ship Treasure. Love Thy Farmer. Medusa's Gaze. A Snow Globe. The Arrival. That's the other UFO one that I had before and sold, but I am getting one of those. And a Yosemite National Park. Along with some other 1 ounce rounds and some colored rounds. One of them is a 2026 250 years a whoopin' ass. And it's got 2 different kinds. It's a front and back of one's from, you know, the redcoats, and the other one, thank you, a modern military look. So I think I have 9 of those coming. I'm getting it on the site, but I don't have it on there yet because my shipping has been quite slow. I've been pausing putting them on as soon as I order them, whereas before I would get them in within 3 or 4 days. I'd usually have it. This is a 1958, so another 50s. But Civ and KJ at 58. Alrighty. So I'll show you a few of them. I've already started getting some pictures and stuff put on. But I have the Eagle one. So that is the front. And then the back is indented because they stack on top of each other. Just like my Lions. So I do have those. And I have the Yosemite National Park. That is one of them. Heart of Mother Nature. This is that Diamond Dust. It's the spring edition, just like my blue ones, which are winter. That is all of them I've got on there at the moment. Jim also, okay. And Callie had 3 chilies. Awesome. And Callie Brown's fan is not on there yet, so you will be. You now have 50 cents added to your bank. I do count them, but I have not found any yet tonight. I only put them on as I find them. So if we come across one, we'll put it up there. I do count 2026s at the moment also. just because they're not widely circulated. I've only probably found, what, a total of a roll in the entire year. You know, we might find one or two sometimes. But we count pretty much anything from 59 or older. We count foreigns. We count 09s, 24s, and 26s, at least for now. We count miscellaneous, like washers. I do try to put, like, if it's a buffalo or a war nickel, I do try to kind of put that off to the side. Just, you know, let people know, hey, it was, like you can see up there, 36 buffalo. And tonight's drink was brought to you by Fresca Peach. Yummy. Thank you, VMC. This one is a 54. Come on. This camera has been... Might email you and spend some of my bank. Alrighty. And anytime you want to use your bank or anything, you can email me and say, what's my bank app? And you can use it. You can use it to even purchase boxes. Me, Jolly Cat, Crafty, Smoker, and Joseph. So Garrett. Yeah. Let's see. Garrett, Jolly, Cat, Crafty, and Joseph. And it's one of those that you can always email me if you want. You can ask it in the chat and I'll tell you. Some people may not want that. So it's one of those I expect some people don't want stuff given out or things like that. Any information I do receive only goes for doing the purchases and things like that. You know, I don't give it to anybody unless you say, hey, this can go to Bob Joe, give him my email. Then I'll send Bob Joe an email. Don't matter to me. Okay, I can tell you. Billy, you have $17 banked. I've also done trades. One, I traded silver for silver. I traded some barbers. It was for some Canadian maple leaves and some junk silver. I've traded some silver for a bunch of copper. I try to be pretty fair on everything. Yeah, and it's one of those, is, you know, if we lock it in at a particular time or whatever, then, you know, that way it's kind of fair. It's not like you send it and then by the time I receive it, it's gone down. It's like, well, sorry, no, you're only getting X dollars, you know. If you say trade, you know, X item or whatever. Like I said, I did some silver. It was a Australian kookaburra and a Tyrannosaurus Rex round. It's an interesting one. Magic. Let's see what's holding it. That is gum. Sorry, VMC, I will not send you that gum. I took the liberty of throwing it away. I could really dig it out of my discard box, but I doubt you'd want that. Got an email to become an affiliate for them, but they were like Temu stuff, and we're not doing it. Yeah, I haven't been approached with anything, offers, but if I ever do, I know some channels will take anything, and I would be more inclined to do like what you did and, you know, see what it is and decline it. Just like you see the ads about some energy drink powder or something that they're like, we'll sponsor your channel. I've never looked into it, but I've seen people comment and say that you basically have to pay them. It's like, how is that sponsoring if you have to pay for it? Well, that's interesting. This must be a very lucky roll. It was double wrapped. Care about people and their money. Yep. That's like my website. Most of my prices are cheaper than other websites. Like a lot of websites will sell a 5-ounce copper round for, or a 1-ounce copper round for, you know, $6, $7, $8. And I try to do low enough to keep it affordable for people. There are some things that, of course, are higher premiums, like some Geigers and things. A lot of people, of course, don't go for those because they carry that high premium. I have some kilo copper of Mount Rushmore. And of course, with me, you would get free shipping on that because of the amount that you're spending. And that's what they sell for approximately, but like usually I've seen them sell normally 150 to up to 200. I think mine I have at 145 kJ. Thank you, VMC. $19.47 is the one I just took off. So another 40s. And I try to watch the chat the best I can, but if you DWCNC at 47. It's the only one. Go. The default is I put your name on the wheel twice if you're the only one that hits it exactly on. If you decide you want to go for the double prize, you just have to put like X2 or you know, X2 please or whatever, just something so we know that you're wanting the X2 option. The X2 is double the price, so if you win, instead of getting a 1-ounce copper round, you can get 2, or you can get credit of $6.50 on my store bank. So if you want to spend it right then, or you can keep accumulating. $30 rolls down. We're now at 1, 3, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15 fines. Barry says X2. All right. easy for me to do. This one is a 54. So DWCNC says no X2. Sounds good. And Perry, find you. There we go. Perry said X2, so I changed his to X2. Well, Civ said he was right. Anybody else? Brian Joseph Wells. Jolly and crafty. So I had Brian R, Joseph W, Jolly, Crafty, and Civ. Thank you, Garrett. If there's any new members that were one of the donated ones, you have extra emojis that you can play with. The newest one I've added is lickable. Just a little joke that we have. Big Dry Under the Big Sky, welcome. Are you from Montana? The Big Sky State. Yep. Some people may not know that, but I grew up in Wyoming, so we knew what Big Sky was. We would go up there. It was 4 hours to get to Denver, 4 hours to get to Billings, 4 hours to get to Mount Rushmore, about 5 or 5.5 to get to Yellowstone. So we were like, no matter where you were. The only place that wasn't that was Thermopolis, which I heard they've closed down now. You were born in Wyoming? Sweet. Where at? If you want to say. I was born in a little tiny town called Kemmer. And it's Kemmer, and they don't know where the extra M and ER came from. Is a little joke that they have. It's not called Kemmer. Evanston, oh, okay. Not a small town, it's kind of one of their. The state mental hospital is in Evanston. You forgot all the trips to your winter place in Vail. Vail, yeah. Mm-hmm. We did have a ski lift and stuff in Casper. Skiing, snowboarding, cross country. That's what I was wondering. Did you escape from there? Evanston is the state mental hospital, and Rawlins is the state penitentiary. We don't come across these ones very often. Not that it's a 2024, but it's a P. So you now have a P and D set. Oh, come on. Silverthorn, yep. We'd go down to Denver, go to the Rockies games back when you could go to games for cheap. I don't know what the prices are there now, but... Oh, Billy! Now you're at $17.50. They have the new prison. The old prison, you can take tours and stuff and go through, and I've done that. Moved from Casper, went to Cheyenne for a few months, and then moved to Grand Junction and spent 6 years there. I loved it there. Then I moved down here to be near family when everything fell out of the market in finance. They fired me and they said that I was only doing half the loans I was supposed to do. And I said, I'm doing half the loans, but I'm also doing more than half the amount in the entire office. I was doing over half of the entire office. But I was like, okay. So they try to fight me on unemployment, and unemployment's like, well, you can't control the economy and how much people make. You can't control if they decide they want the loan. You can't control, if the loan gets approved, all this kind of stuff. And they basically were like, yeah. So they were a little mad. I think they were hoping that they would be able to get out of paying unemployment by firing. But the funny thing is my friend 2 months later said, hey, your office that fired you? I said, yeah. They said they shut down, like completely, left town. I was like, oh. So I guess that's probably why they wanted to get rid of me. International Stacker and their viewers just joined. Welcome. Woohoo. I've never seen that pop up. We got a bunch of new people. Frodo, Echo Leaf, Merlin's Fire, International Stacker, Cavalier, Yukon, Cornelius. I know David Carlisle. Ralph Ramsey, Drano, Sublime Mad Dog, Lewis Brandt, lots of people. Bigger Green Stacker, Dill Stacker. Woohoo! Billy sent a jewel. Thank you, Billy. Frodo sent a coin. Thank you. Here comes you 100 likes. Absolutely. We already bypassed the 75. Wow. Well, you guys know what that means. Absolutely, I appreciate everybody. If you like and subscribe, that's even better. Because we have over 100 likes, this is just crazy amazing. Garrett, months ago, donated a 1 ounce silver as a giveaway. So this is a 100 like giveaway, along with a couple buffalo nickels. So I'm going to put that in here. So usually it's one win per night on a regular giveaway, but on the big ones like this, I've always said that those are kind of a separate. We need to do the 75 like giveaway and a 100 like. Oh, yes, I forgot about the coin. It's a 42, but it is not the war nickel. 1942. Hopefully Garrett was on his toes and keeping up with that. All right. So I'm going to do the 100 like giveaway. The first winner will be the 75 like. Too many guesses, yeah. So the first one I pick will be the 75 like giveaway, and then it'll be the 100 like giveaway, because it's not fair to draw the 100 like and then go, now we're going to draw the 75. So exclamation GAW will get you in, and the 75 like giveaway is my normal kind of giveaway, but I'm going to up that a little bit tonight. Normally you get a 1 ounce copper round off of my website. So if you win, you can shop all my copper, and all of these 1 ounce copper rounds are any of your choices if you want to take those. You can see front and backs and all that kind of stuff. Bars, rounds, different styles, like this one's got an eagle and that one's got that. All different kinds. So everything up until right here, my non-colorized are my regular wins. And you can get that. Tonight, the 75 like giveaway, you can get any of my regular colored rounds. That one's also a regular round, but I put it next to this one because you can get whatever up. But you can see all the different ones. And so any of these up to right here are my 1 ounce colorized. So those you can also choose. So the way you do that is, if you want one of those, you email me, you get a code. For example, this one is already in there. You put the code in there, you apply it, and it gives it $0. And I send it to you. The other thing you can do is I run a bank system where you can take the price of one of those rounds. So if a regular copper round, $3.25, in this case you can get the $4.50 is a colorized. You can add that to your bank, which you can accumulate for as long as you want. And that is able to be used anytime on my store. So if you say, hey, I want to use my bank, I'll send you a code for that amount. So that's one of the things that I do, is you're allowed to bank. So if you want to save up for like a 5-ounce round or something like that. And Brian got 3 peppers. All right. Brian Robinson, I'm assuming. So on the thing, if you hit 3 chili peppers on the slots, you get 50 cents added to your bank. So if you get 3 chili peppers on your slot machines, it's added to your bank. I'm gonna open the entries again because people are still typing that in. Exclamation GAW. This will be for the first one, will be for a 1-ounce regular or colorized copper round. Again, all those on my website that are $3.25 and $4.50. And then the 100 light giveaway is that silver bar donated by Garrett. We've got 96 people in the entry. You can enter exclamation GAW. It will put your name in the list. It only allows you to enter once, so if you do it 52 times, you'll only have 1 entry. And you can see people are still getting that. Need to probably add some points to people. So everybody that's getting points, you're giving 1,000,000 points to everybody. Let's just go add points to all viewers. And see if that took care of it. May take a while. Close to 150 likes now? Yes, close to it. Thank you for all of the gold coins and gifts, and I was going to say super chats, but there wasn't any yet. I also have the option of a tip line if you don't want to go through Google. Google takes 30% of all super chats and memberships and everything like that. But the tip line just takes the regular processing fees. So I appreciate everybody. Real Bill P, welcome to supporter. Thank you very much. I started the night at 4,052 subscribers, and now it's 4,105. That's great. Oh. We got a super chat, $20 from Craig. Need to have at least 1 super chat. Sweet. As I say, we've given Gotta find this. Give me just a second. And there are 5 new members I just gave away. Kentucky Fried, David Gersh, Sacktown Amy, Uncle Adem, and Hartford Junction. So you guys all are members now. You get extra emojis and everything. Real Bill sent 5 memberships. Thank you, Real Bill. Future. Wow. Dom got soup and I got soup on Dad Hunt's coins. Congrats, Dom. Those from Real Bill went to Liberty Bleed Silver, CMTYE. Whoa, where'd it go? D Salads, Perry Customs Cards, and BK Gold. Thank you very much. Oh, we didn't even get the 50 likes, did we? So we're going to draw a 50 like, and then the 75 like, and then the 100 like. International Stacker just, wow, holy cow. 50 memberships. That's going to take a while. DB Good, Smog the Magnificent, Chines, Numismatic Canada, Brendan Shink, Jeff Lodge, Treasure Hog, Jim Cantor, Argent Appeal, freaking awesome. Okay, you guys will have to look at it because now there's another 10 memberships. So, oh. And I need to come up and do Craig gets on the wheel. On my thing, if anybody ever super chats or donates memberships, that sort of thing, I put their name on the wheel as an extra entry. So now I've got to go through and put those on there. Real Bill gets his name on there. Future Motive 7, get your name on there. International Stacker gets on there. I know. Jim Thompson sent another 10 memberships. Thank you, Jim. All right. Now I think we should probably have all of the exclamation GA. So we have got quite a few giveaways to do. The first one will be a 50 like giveaway. So we're going to close those entries. No, that's always good when that happens. All right, so we got 102 entries. We're going to close it. This will be for the 50 like giveaway, the 50. Hey, bale stacker. Email me and let me know if you want banked or if you want a code for my website, and that's dadhuntscoins@gmail.com. 75 like is N Marsh. Same thing, N Marsh. All right, now we have the 100 like silver bar giveaway. That grand prize 100 like is going to Flatlander. Again, anybody that wins needs to email me with your channel name, your regular name, your address, and if you want the stuff banked, then we can bank that. I show 150 likes, so now we'll do the 125 like. 125 is James Barron. And the 150 likes, Jojo. So those winners again. Oh, I forgot to show that. Sorry. That's Jojo's there. You can see everybody's that's on there. So, Hey Bale Stacker, 50 likes. N Marsh at 75. Flatlander was the big 100. James Barron was the 125 like. And the Jojo was 150 likes. So, you guys, like I said, please email me. dadhuntscoins@gmail.com. Give me your channel name, your real name, and the address. And if you want the code for the round, like I said, if you want a regular or a colorized, any of tonight, you can do that. So Vincent, with the 25 likes earlier, I'm going to increase your bank on that. So I credited you with a premium or a colorized if you wanted. Absolutely, Jamie. That's exactly the way I run. But like I said, if you want a 1 ounce regular or colorized, or you can get up to $4.50 on $4.50 on any other item, just ask me for a coupon. Or if you want it, like I said, banked, you can get that banked and accumulate as much as you want. And again, if you go to Dad Hunts Coins, same with dadhuntscoins@gmail. But if you come in here, all of my copper, these are all my 1 ounce rounds, a whole, I think I have 65 selection, 66, something like that. And then any of these 450 colorized, yeah, you can always see like the front and back if you go into them. And that goes up to here. Not sure why these are in there. because those aren't. Oh, that's all my copper. Okay. That's the kilo. One. I thought I lowered the price on that. I will be lowering the price on that. And then these are all my other like 5-ounce rounds and things like that. All kinds of ones. There's a few that I have not got on there yet because I have not received them. But I have all kinds of 5-ounce rounds, colorized, and bars. I've got copper Geigers, 500-gram Geigers, other items like this, you name it. But you can use a credit towards any of those. So if you say you wanted to go for one of these, instead of $21, it would be, I thought I had, I was going to say most of them I lowered at least a little bit. So anyway, like I said, up to this one right here, any of these you can put it in your cart, use a code and get it, or use it towards anything on my website. Starting in August, this will show what the monthly special is. I haven't put it on there yet, but right now you get 10% store credit. Does not count if you use discount or bank or anything. It's like actual purchase amount. But I think next month you guys might like that one quite a bit. So thank you, everyone. Do I make them? No, I source them. I try to keep them reasonably priced. A lot of websites you go to will try to sell a 1-ounce copper round for $5, $6. I've seen even up to $14 for one of those that I have. All my regular copper rounds are $3.25. Most of my colorized are $4.50, and then you have some premium stuff like the Scottsdale, Geigers, things like that. But I try to keep it pretty reasonably priced. With me, if you're in the US, you get $50 or more, you get free shipping. If you're outside, like in Canada, you get $75 US amount, whatever it translates to in Canada. I think it's about 100 in Canadian. You get free shipping. Those only go up to 4 pounds because I use pirate ship for exporting, and saves a ton of money. Sent an email. Let's take a look. Yes, let me get you that. Sorry, bear with me just a second. There we go. Actually, I'll have to get that to you in a little bit because I don't have those codes set up at the moment. So I will get that emailed to you after the stream. So I'll give you a code for $4.50, and you can use that towards anything on my website, actually, because this is going to be that amount off. So again, thank you to everybody. We got Jim Thompson sent 10, Billy sent a membership, Roy Hathaway sent 20 memberships, Real Bill became a member, Craig had to have at least one super chat. Real Bill sent 5 memberships. Future Motive 7 sent a $20 super chat. Jim Thompson, 10 memberships. Mike Diamante, new member, supporter. Bunch of jewels. And 50 memberships from International Stacker. So all kinds of fun stuff. And if we come across any coin, if it's a regular one, it's 1938 through 59, you get one guess. So when you see the coin come into this corner right here, you just put the year that you think it is. If you're the closest, if you don't get it exact, whoever's closest, either above or below, so it's not like Price is Right where you have to be under, it's either or. Your name goes on the wheel, and at the end of the night, the wheel spin. You do not have to be present to win. Thank you, Shotguns Susie. So the wheel spin, you do not have to be present to win. You do have to email me and say, hey, I won the wheel. How about one of those again? Gotta get my thing up here again because it went away. There we go. 24s. So the wheel spin, like I said, you do not have to be present, but you still do have to claim your prize. I give you 1 week. I think I've only ever had one person not claim their prize, and that was a exclamation GA. So they were there to put their name in, and then they didn't ever email me, so who knows. Oh, awesome. Thank you. So on my channel page on YouTube, it has all my like email and stuff like that. Oh, come on. This camera is giving me problems tonight. There we go. I have to fix my scripts, because when Streamlabs updated it, did something, and now my scripts will not work. So we're having to do stuff the old-fashioned way. I do pull out any 64 Denvers and 63 Phillies, and I scope those at the end of the night. Gotta go later, have fun. Thank you. Hopefully we'll see a bunch of the people, and see, I stream every Monday and Thursday at 5:30 Mountain. So yes, that's where the script comes in handy. But yeah, I appreciate everybody. It's always fun when you get a lot of people in here and guessing and stuff. But yeah, we zoomed right past the 50 and 75 and 100 and 125 and then up to 150. So 5:30 Mountain. What's that in UK time? What is it, like 8 hours ahead or something? It's 7:45 right now here. So whatever time it is there, and we're 7:45, that would tell you the difference. But yeah, 5:30 Mountain. So basically 2 hours ago is when I started the stream, because I started at 5:30. I do that because I get off work at 5, and then I get home and change and get everything ready. We do drink guesses, coin guesses, all kinds of stuff throughout the night. Yeah, I hate changing the clocks. Supposedly they've got a bill that they're trying to get through every year. That's always a bill that's put up, but tonight's drink was Fresco Peach. At the beginning of the night, I let people choose what they think I'm drinking off of this list. And that's the other thing, is people are wanting daylight savings permanent for later evening, more light. The problem is the northern states means the sun doesn't rise until like 8:30 or something. The southern states, California, Texas, doesn't affect Arizona because they don't change their time. They are on standard time. So right now they are 6:45. So they don't change. It's funny that they allow people to change. Hey, AG. They can choose to stay on standard time permanently, but they cannot choose daylight savings permanently. So that's one of the things they're doing. So. Can I donate prize to International Stacker? Yeah. So I can send a round to him or something, and he can use it as a giveaway or anything like that. But yeah, you can donate it to anybody. You can say, you know, do it as a giveaway, or I give it to Bob Joe or whatever. So yeah, I do allow people to give it to someone else if they'd like. That's my problem, is I only get brand new ones. I've got 2024 and 2025s brand new. The last 3 circulated boxes I got were already pre-searched. Someone rewrapped them and put it so that the rolled edge, this side, was down so you could see it through the box, but the top had been unwrapped and rewrapped, and then they sealed the box back shut. So they took their time to open it, go through the coins, put them back in the roll, and seal the box. So I don't get circulated. My problem is I am very rural, and there's 2 banks and a credit union. The one bank doesn't even want to talk to me. I told them I put a bunch of money in there and stuff, and they didn't even want to look at the idea. I was like, I'm not going to deposit them back in the bank. You know, I have it somewhere else. I take them. Still didn't want to talk to me. So whatever. My bank is where I get most of my halves. I asked if I could buy they have a coin machine in back. I asked if I could buy their bags, and they said that they re-roll theirs and reuse them. My credit union, I get halves sometimes. They might have like one or something. They have the coin machine there. It's a Coinstar, but it's not green branded. It's just a gray one. It's the kind that have like 2 big bins that hold like 500 pounds. If you're a member, you can donate. You can deposit straight to your account. So I go in there, and that's where I dump all my stuff. So the regular bank, I get my halves, and I told them I would much rather have nickels over halves. I would like 4 every pickup. They only get shipments every other week, so it's not like a weekly thing. So that's why I was like, I would like 4. Told the credit union that too, but the credit union is where I get all my quarters and my nickels. I've been cut off of pennies since September. And I know some people are like, you can just take them back to the bank and deposit them. I was like, yeah, but they order them especially for me. And if I take them back, then they'll just not order more, and they'll just be stuck there. So I bring them home, I open them up, I dump them back in the machine. I bring them home, open them up, dump them back in the machine. And so even though I dump all my coins at the credit union, like I said, it's a Coinstar that's non-branded. Would it be okay to do a GA for a silver dime if we can get to 850 subs? We're at 833 since there's a lot of new people. Up to you. Yeah, we can do that. Hit !me, and everybody in there can go over and sub to Jolly Roger. So his link will pop up, and just go over there, click that, and sub to him. If he can get, looks like about 17 more subs tonight, we'll do a silver dime giveaway, it sounds like. We can handle the shipping and everything. Okay. It's one of those that, yeah, if they win, they can just email you, and or if they email me, I can forward it to you or whatever. So whatever works. I've got like 3 or 4 bottles of this stuff left. So if you want one, you can grab one of those until I make a new order. But this is my hot sauce. It's a white label, so I don't make it. It's made for me. And they put my label on it, so it's not my regular hot sauce, but if I wanted to do a batch of like my own recipe, you'd have to do like 750 or 800,000 bottles, and even if you're looking at a cheap way, you're still looking at $3,500 to $5,000 for a batch. So yeah, it's a little too expensive. So I do white labels where I use their bottles and they put my label on it. But it's good. It's a little bit sweet. It's got cane sugar and real brown sugar. I don't put sugar in mine, the one that I make myself. But it's got Scotch bonnet, boot jolokia, which is ghost pepper, and I forgot the third one. red habanero, boot jolokia, which is ghost pepper, and yellow scotch bonnet. Thanks, Marlon. I appreciate everybody who's come in and donated and all that kind of stuff. It's greatly appreciated. Thank you, BH. And then Jolly said if we can get him to 850 subs, then there'll be a silver dime giveaway. Anybody else can put their exclamation ME. Sounds good. Thanks, F37 Metal. Like I said, I stream twice a week, Monday and Thursdays, so hopefully we'll see some of you guys here again. That was such a huge surprise. Was not expecting that. So everybody that came, I appreciate it. So you have a good night. I also look for the 75 high D. I've never found one, but I always look for them. We got 6 rolls left after this part. Eight more subs to get him to 850. Fortunately, VMC's box has been a little light. What is it? 9, 14, 16, 17, 18 if you count the washer. If you run out of points, we can give you more. I've put to add points to everybody, but it doesn't look like it's adding it, so. $39 nickel, Henning nickel and a bag of foreigns. Wow. On the ones that I send to people, so all these finds, I don't go through them and look for the varieties on those because I don't come across many hold coins, but hey, a washer works. He uses those and makes magnets. So if I ever do come across any, I send them to him. I don't get too many. I think I've only sent 4 or 5 since I started streaming, so. I know some people get quite a few, but that's like with me. I average 18 Nifty halves per box, but I know some people, they'll get like 3. Oh, Civ 5 got 3 chilies. Get Civ some bait. There you go. I've got your bank updated. 7 more subs. We've got 65 people watching. Yep, I already got them. And say we gotta be able to get a few more over to him. We got 4.5 rolls. Doesn't cost anything to subscribe and to people. Yeah, I happened to get him because I had looked up right at the time when it popped up. I was like, oh. I mean, we did find a buffalo, so at least it's, you know, there was something. Seldom do I have a box where I feel it was like a skunk box. That's only happened a couple times. And on those, I tend to throw a couple like buffalo and V-nickels in. Speaking of V-nickel, there, I think that helps a little bit right there. $30 boar and 30 buffalo and 44 boxes. That's crazy. So if you're new, you put what you think the year of the V-nickel is right here. If you get it exactly on and you're the only one, you get either double entries on the wheel, or you can choose an X2 entry, which means if you win, you get double the prize. If multiple people get it exactly on, then everybody gets, you know, the win. If no one gets it exactly on and it goes one up and one down, so if it's like a, we'll say 1950, someone that had a 49 and someone that had a 51 is both eligible. And then that is the end of the night when I run the wheel after everything is done. That is what the entries are for. Thank you, VMC. It's not showing up because of the lighting, but let's go this way just to make sure we see it correctly. 1902. Little 8 shotgun. So 1902. Hopefully Garrett has his thinking cap on and can find the ones that got it. But we have a V-nickel. Not too bad. It's worn, but still. Oh, Dennis got it exactly on. Dennis Stewart. Now Dennis gets to tell me if you want an X2 or 2 names. The default is 2 names. X2. Okay. And for those that are new, I do have a nickel bounty. So if you get a V nickel, a buffalo nickel, which is what we've got so far, and a war nickel, you get a shield nickel. It is cold, but you can see that 5 at that angle with the stars and the shield on it. So it's not, super great condition, but hey, it's an extra bounty. Not the quicker picker-upper. Usually we find into the 20s. Once in a while we get into the 30s. Very seldom do we stay in the teens. So this will make find 20. And then we have find 21 in there also. Jolly Roger's trying to get to 850, so I don't know if we're there quite yet, but only a handful more people just need to subscribe. Thank you, VMC. Here's the new one. The one I just took off is 1953. So far I haven't seen anything from the edge that looks silvery, but we got this roll and one more left. And again, these are the years that you're guessing, 38 through 59, except for 43, 4, and 5, because that would be a war nickel, and this is not a war nickel, because there is not a big mint mark above Monticello. $844, 6 more people. So please, if you have not subscribed to Jolly Roger, do that now, as Lawrence Brown would say. $19.54, so I know at least Vanessa won. The ads, I've marked it to not be only manual, but they still put them in. Anybody else besides Vanessa? Absolutely. I've had plenty of help with my channel, like from Pa and stuff. Dennis, Crafty, Vanessa. Come on. This focusing thing is getting me irritated tonight. And it's only been doing that basically tonight. The correct ones for 53 was Dennis, I believe. Was that right? I think it was Dennis times 2. So I know we can get a few more subs for Jolly. I've gained 63 subs tonight. Thanks to International Stacker. Oh, Brian and Thomas, okay. Must have been the one before that then. Oh, didn't look at silver prices today. Last time I saw it was, I think it was last week, and it was at 57. Well, there's no silvery looking edge, unfortunately. Of course. 58-ish. Right now I'm at 41.15, and oh, okay, 58-ish for silver. Gotcha. And I started with 4,052, so I know we can get a handful to Jolly's channel. Again, it's free, doesn't cost anything. Yeah, it's been sitting right around 57, 58, it seems, for quite a while now. Garrett just posted it, and I can't remember now. Joseph and... The one that just came off is a 1940. 40. We got 6 more coins and 1 more find. We do have some 64 Denvers to scope, and I actually have 2 63 Phillies, amazingly enough. I don't think I've ever gotten more than 2, but usually it's 0 or 1. There we go. Thank you, VMC. And the last one was a 41, 1941 4-1, which looks like at least JoJo got an entry. And I do double count at the end of the night that we have the correct count. Oops. I'm going to leave that up there so you can still guess and see while I'm doing it. So these are 63 fillies. We're looking for the triple die reverse. There we go. A little bit fuzzy there. Nothing, as usual. Never found one. I found a few 64 D over Ds. That just seems like it's a little bit fuzzy. There, that's much clearer. Brian, JoJo, Muscle, and Lyle. Oops. Thank you, VMC. Since I'm right here, I'll just stick it under this way. It's a 1958. Four away. And so I've had, a few people come in like after someone else streamed, but nothing like that. That was crazy. Very much appreciated. Looks like Civ times 2. Okay, let me get you on the wheel. Perfect on guessing wrong. Hey, not everybody can have a perfect score. You did. Default this time? Oh, okay. Six more coins, I believe. So this was a nice clean one that I was hoping would be one, but I've never had one. Yeah, that dime last stream, which I forgot to send out, by the way. Oh, actually, I didn't forget to send it out because VMC was hunting this box, and So I was like, instead of sending 2 packages, I'll just combine them together. But that's what VMC won last time. All right, let's see what we got. We got the washer. That's correct. We got 3 24Ds and 1 24P. So 4 is correct. We had a 58, a 54, a 53, a 54, a 54, a 58, a 57, and a 58. And 8 is correct. 40s. 41, 40, 42, non-war, 47, 40, and 40, and a 47. So 3 40s, 40, 1, 42, and 47s. Awesome. We got 2 1939s. Neither of them were the key date. A 1936 Buffalo and a 1902 Vehicle. So I'd say that was a pretty good hunt. Still missed that nickel bounty. So we're at the end of the regular part. So exclamation GAW. Had to underline the washer. The only thing we did not find was a foreign. I guess technically a proof also, but yep. Oh, O2, yeah. Thank you. I was like, yeah, it was an O2, and then I noticed that I had a 12 up there. Could be a foreign washer. So you got your dime and your fines. Four subs away. And let's see, again we had Jim Thompson sent 10, Billy sent 1, Roy sent 20, Craig did $20 super chat, Real Bill sent 5, Future Motive sent $20 super chat, Jim Thompson sent another 10, Mike became a new member, and we had Superboard sent gold coin, Meritor sent a marshmallow, hi. Jeff Lodge sent a gold coin. Real Bill sent a gold coin. Frodo sent GLI Jeff. Larry sent a star. Real Bill sent a gold coin. Real Bill sent a gold coin. I know there was others. Not sure why International Stacker didn't pop up with a 50 that he did. Our peak was 58 viewers. We've had 685 views. We had 190 people at one point in here. So, pretty dang good stream. What do we got left? Oh, it stopped. I hate that. Reopen it for another about a minute or so. Probably won't even need that long. So exclamation GAW if you want in on the end of stream and a wheel entry. Let's say it looks like there's 34 people have entered. Not seeing any new ones. Nope, 35. Real Bill just got in. Right now I have Brian, Joseph, KJ, Cap, Billy, DWCNC, Vincent, Early Rare Coins, Jolly Roger, VMC, Vanessa, Lyle, and Marsh, Lynn, Mike, Diamante, BH, Silverman, Callie, Flatlander, Garrett, Thomas, Perry, JC, Smoker, Jimmy, Civ 5, Crafty, New Marshall, MLN, Jojo, Leland Villa, Vazo, however you say it, Dennis Stewart, Michael Rose, Muscle Shell, and Real Bill P. So, all right, I think everybody's in that's going to get in. I've had it open for plenty of time. 3 burner accounts. All right. So the end of stream, Real Bill P. Now, let's take the users, copy them, put them on the wheel. So we have 99 entries, and that's part of because of all the super chats and stuff. I give extra names for those on the donations. So usually it's like a name for every 10 or something donated. So there's a few that had $20 super chats and things. And we're going to shuffle it up. And when DHC gets to the top, I'll spin. And our good friend of the north, Dennis Stewart. That was probably off of the end of stream list because it has the actual name and a 1 behind it. And since I know Hay Bale said he wanted to donate to International. So get with him and see how he wants me to do that, or if you want to, if you're still here. We had Hay Bale with the 50 likes, and Marsh 75, Flatlander with 100, James Barron 125, JoJo with 150, the Real Bill P with the end of stream, and Dennis Stewart with the wheel. Vincent got 25 likes, and I've already done his bank. Dennis said, "Bank it, please." And tonight I'm giving $4.50 on those. Oh, the oldest year. Dang it. Oldest year. Everybody was in the 30s, a couple in the 40s, but Joseph Wells was a 16. So, because I screwed that up, Joseph, you win for the oldest coin because I forgot to do it. Can we do your gauze well? Yeah. So let me know if any of you want banked. How do you want me to do your giveaway? Off of the wheel, a exclamation GA, any particular thing? Yep, send it to me and then let me know if you want to bank it or if you want a code to my website. Whatever you choose. And Lynn Ajalia says it doesn't matter. Alright, well, let's do the ones that are here. We'll do a duck race. So do an exclamation GAW, and this is for Jolly's Silver Dime giveaway. We haven't done a duck race for a little bit, so that's what we'll do tonight. So, exclamation GAW will get you in on Jolly Roger's Silver Dime giveaway. Can you do a chef's race? I'm sure there's an app out there or something that has a thing you can change it to chefs, but at least I give the ducks outfits. You are welcome, Jolly. We're at 33 people in here with the giveaway. Exclamation GAW. And I'll take all of those names on the list, put them on the duck game, and we'll do a duck race. And we'll do a second for every entry that comes on the wheel. So right now we're at 37. I think that'll make it fun. Exclamation GAW. This is VMC stuff. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 9 giveaways. So exclamation GAW. Right now I've got Jimmy, Dennis, Enmarsh, KJ, Billy, Cap, VM, C, James Barron, Civ 5, Vincent, Brian, R, Muscle, Shell, Vanessa Home, Steds, MLN, Joseph Wells, Real Bill P, New Marshall, Early Rare Coins, Garrett, Mike, Fleabag, Flatlander, Shane Execs, JC Likes Pam, Callie, Crafty, Jojo, Silverman, James, Master of None, Perry, Smoker, BH, Thomas, Leland, Tim Ivans, Mike Schleiz, DW, Michael Rose, and a Toning Phoenix. So if you've entered and you heard your name, you don't need to worry about it because it only lets you enter one time. You're already on there, Mike. Anybody else that did not hear their name? Let's see, 40 users. Lindsay Diane is now on there. And I set a second for every user. So we got 40. "17 seconds. I don't see any rocket packs tonight. Brian. Alrighty. Jolly, do you just want him to email you his info, or have me get it and forward it? Whatever you would like. I think you can post like email and stuff. I think I have it so that you're able to do that. We'll talk. Okay. Sounds good. Well, that part is over. Huge thing. I have a ruler out, and I'm not sure why. Maybe I was going to beat someone. Oh, and I also got I've got a Loch Ness Monster also coming, a 1 ounce. And I think I've got everything. Oh, a Fiery Phoenix. It's one of those 2 1 ounce coins in an infinity case. So those will be coming on my website as soon as I get them. But you can always check that out if you ever want. Like I said, if you are liking to do a trade or anything, I'm always willing to do stuff like that. We can do probably a half a box of quarters, maybe. Thank you, Jimmy. Yeah, it's a great night when you have to do 2 separate chats for all the winners. We got 160 likes tonight. If you haven't checked out AG's channel, he has these cool poker chip channel coin thing. AG Iowa Vet and Fire. Check him out. And these are just the poker chip, channel chip, I guess you'd call them. Yeah, we'll do some quarters, I guess. I don't feel like doing dimes right now. And the half dollars have already been pre-searched, so that would kind of be boring. There we go. Sometimes you have to threaten it with this knife. Oh, I've got such a huge mess here. There we go. Oh, these seem heavier tonight. Oh. any fun looking stuff I'm not seeing. Again, thank you to everybody that came in, even if they were only here just for the raid part and left. I appreciate everybody that came in, said hi, subbed. And like I always say, check your mints, because there are nifty quarters. Someone did something. Oh, Real Bill sent a gold coin. Thank you. Those. When are you coming back? Well, I'll be back on Thursday. 10/2017 S quarters. The frosty finish, not proof, but satin-like. Very nice. And the reason I found out about those was because I had an S quarter, but it was like, it was not a proof. And so I was looking it up, and I found out that they had some nifty quarters. So I was like, oh. Yep. Every Monday and Thursday is when I stream. So, yep, every Monday and Thursday, 5:30 Mountain, is when I'm streaming. Once in a while, I'll do like a pop-up, like on a Saturday or something, if my kids are here. So, 5:30 Mountain, 6:30 Central, 7:30 Eastern, 4:30 Pacific, or Arizona. And I do go and scope all these other ones at the end of when I finish. Sometimes I do half a box. See, now I need to have a whole bunch more emojis. It's like I always say, I'll take ideas or stuff like that. I was like the lickable emoji. Someone had said something about lickable, and I'm like, maybe I'll make an emoji. So I had Copilot make one and ChatGPT make one, and I chose the one that I liked the better one of, and I can't remember which one it was. I want to say it was ChatGPT. Or Copilot. And what I'll do is, like, when I'm working on some of my code and stuff, sometimes I'll give what, like, say, Copilot came up with, and give it to ChatGPT and say, this is what I'm trying to do, can you fix this? And then it will say, here, do this. And then vice versa, because sometimes it seems like one of them can do something really well, and then they, like, get stuck on an idea or something, and so you just kind of have to go, okay, fine, let's do this. What is that thing? Oh yeah. Because with that many members, I can have way more emojis. I think right now, before tonight, I was able to have, like, what is this game? Exclamation slots. You put exclamation slots and then the amount that you want to gamble. It's free points, so it's not like real money. If you get 3 chili peppers, you get 50 cents added to your bank. If you don't have points, we can always add them to you. Mod can add them. I can add them. So if you do exclamation points, it will tell you how many you have. I usually give people 1,000,000 points to start out with. Tanya Hopkins has 0 points. Well, let's get you some points then. In just a second, and I'll see if I can do it. Sometimes it makes you be in here for a certain amount of time. I just did ransom things, no idea what it was. Is there a visual or just the bot? St. Anthony Dunes. I'm not familiar with St. Anthony Dunes. We have the Coral Pink Sand Dunes at just up the road from me. Oh, we were going to get Tanya. And it's not pulling up for me. You can, if you haven't subscribed, I think that gives you automatic points, like 10,000 points or something. But it makes you be in here for like at least 5 minutes or something if you haven't. Like being in chat and that sort of thing. Because usually if I'm not pulling up, the mod usually can't add points either. Just found you and subbed. Awesome. Well, let's see if we can get you some points. That's right. That's how you do it. Let's do that and see if it adds points to you. Yeah, unable to find. It does that for a while. I don't know how long it takes, but I do know that newer people who have come in, sometimes it does that. So we'll try it here in a little bit again and see if we can get it. Minutes. I was going to say, I thought it was if you, well, let me see. It's 5 minutes, you get 100, and it's live and active. If you subscribe, it says you get 1,000. If they follow, you get 5,000. So it should be 5. I was going to say, I think you've been in here more than 5, but you said you subscribed, so it should have given you points. I do know that that does happen sometimes, because like mods will try to add points and they can't do it, so I try to go in and add points and it won't do it, and after a short time all of a sudden it's like, oh, now that you can do it. As I say, you've been in here more than 5 minutes, so that should have already been taken care of. Maybe I have to put the entire thing. There we go. Now it says you have 200, so let me add you some points. There you go. And I did add points to all viewers, but I guess it didn't do it earlier, so. Anybody else in here need points? Just holler. See, it gave you 1,000,000 points, so maybe the 1,000,000 thing did work. Because earlier I did add 1,000,000 to every single person. But I can add another 1,000,000 to you, since I had 1,000,000 or 2,000,000 to Tanya. See, it says unable to find you. Well, let's do this way. See, you're right there. Whoa. There you go. Who else needs points? James, Master of None. Let's add you some points. There you go. Oops. If it's magic, you now have points. All right. Now, if you need any points, the easiest thing is to tag me so I can see it, or Mod can help. But if you try it in the chat, sometimes it doesn't do it. As you can see, I tried to add points to you and wouldn't do it, so I had to go in the normal way. For those that didn't get a membership donated tonight, you can always become a member for as little as 99 cents. Gives you extra emojis, gives you members only posts, which I haven't done a ton of. I don't think I've done any members only streams. Which, if I had a good idea of what to do and like a night to do it and stuff, then that would be fun. And I do look for certain coins if people are needing them, like Indigenous Treasures and Civ 5. They're looking for a couple fillies for 2024 and 2025, certain ones. So I haven't found any fillies. I found in the Denvers, but not any of the fillies that you need. So I do look out for certain ones, or if someone's looking for a particular year, like say a V nickel or something. If I have it, usually it's, unless it's like some super hard one to find or something, but I don't mind being a go-between. I had, I can't remember who it was. Might have been Maple Leaf or something, but one of the Canadians, they had won a giveaway, but the channel will not send it outside the US, which I don't see how that's a huge deal, because I send outside the US all the time. I send stuff to Canada, and it's non-machinable, like when I'm sending around, and it didn't cost me, a little bit more, but it's like $2.50. So I was like, yeah, if they're fine sending it to me, I'll send it on up to you. So I've done go-between stuff before, so I'm good with it. I can say you can always just send it directly to him and just send me to, and then have me send to him, but it's up to you. But yeah, like people who get giveaways and stuff, I think BH had that done. He won a giveaway, and same sort of thing. I think they wouldn't send it up to Canada or something, so they had him send it to me. And then I included it with his package that I had, which I still have a 2026 nickel for him. Quarter fines, nothing yet. I do pull stuff off to the side that you can see down here, and I scope them at when I decide to end, because sometimes I don't search the entire box that night. Sometimes I'll search 20 rolls or 25 rolls, something like that, and I'll scope them. The last box, we ended up with a very small die chip in his hat. And a W. And that was the Salt River Bay. So that was the last box hunt, quarter hunt that I did. I did half one night and half another night. And I do use my cheat sheet. For example, this is a 1968 Philly. I can never remember if it's a 68 Denver or 68 Philly. And you can see it's a 68 Denver. I know the 65 is DDO and DDR. 66, I can never remember if it's Philly. 68, 69, same thing. 70, same thing. 71, it doesn't really matter because you have both 71 and Philly and Denver. But those are some of the ones down there, but I don't usually go look for many of the varieties. I know sometimes, you know, there are some that are worth more, but see, here's a 66 and it's a Philly, which is one that we can scope. Yeah, I've never found any of those, but I have found a 65 DDO. Never found the DDR, but out of all those years and stuff that I scope, I've only found the 65 DDO. Because I find it's easier just to stack them to the side and then scope everything at once, instead of try to swap back and forth between microscope and regular screen and microscope and regular screen. Hopefully some of those Raiders come from other nights also. Because I've been to channels where I didn't know that person was, you know, even there, but. And on my website, I have it linked to, I have a 71D in a mint set and one out of mint set. How much we talking should I sell them? I have no idea. A 71 regular 71 or the DDR? If it's DDR, you probably might want to get that one graded. Highly doubt it. It's like trying to find a 55 penny that's the double die. Let me see if it'll pull it up. Sometimes it does, sometimes it doesn't. Yeah. Let me do this. I have to turn off my VPN, otherwise PCGS blocks you. The 65 that I found, I'm pretty sure is the FS101. And you can see on the serifs on that, like that T, the R at the bottom, the E. It's kind of hard to see in that one, but like down there you can see it. I think mine would probably be somewhere around the 30 to 45. So when I looked at it, it seems like I was thinking it was somewhere around, because I remember the $300 price. So I'm thinking it's somewhere around a 40. But even if it got, I mean, look, if you get a 50, but even a 35 is $200. And I would definitely get that graded. But I never got it graded because I don't have a membership to any of those, and by the time you sign up for it and everything, you're looking at a couple $100 just for end up getting one thing graded. So I'll have someone either send it in for me or not worry about it until I like go to sell or something, which I doubt I will, but because it wasn't horrible condition, it wasn't the best condition. That's why I was thinking it's somewhere around a 40 or something. I do have a 83 Spitting Eagle. I didn't find it, I actually won it, but I've never found one. Let's see, here's a 70D. I can't remember what it was. It seems like it was someone that had, like, I think it was off of Paw's channel. I can't remember what it was, but they said something about it. If someone gets a whatever, I'll give them a 83 Spitting Eagle. And I happened to get whatever qualification it was. I could fill the board or something. I don't know. I can't remember. They sent it, and it's just in my safe in my collection. Time to crash. Good night, everyone. Thanks, and Marsh. 75 like winner. Yeah, that's why on those kind, it's basically you have to get it graded to kind of prove it, unless it's an absolute easy one to see, like a, you know, that 55 penny double die. You know, that's like simple. Sorry, just a second here. Oh, wow. Just had a bunch of silver and copper that was bought. That is awesome. Any thought to putting the page of banks up somewhere so we can see it? Awesome. That must have been the one that I heard. My Shopify site, I have a special sound. And right now with the orders on my website, you get 10% towards your bank. So if that is yours, I will get that added. Yeah. See, how much was that? 1563. And I round up on, like if it's 62.5, I'd round up to like 62.5 cents. I rounded up to 63, so. I don't think AG's still here. Seems like he wanted one of those Love Thy Farmer ones, or someone at his work wanted one or something. So I was going to give him first dibs at that, if that was the case still. So yeah, for this month, everything you buy on the website before taxes and any discounts or next month, it's the special we'll post on the website, but for this month it's 10% basically store credit. So those that do it off of TikTok shop doesn't get it, or if they purchase it through some other method. But if they purchase it through Dad Hunt's Coins, they just have to tell me their username, and I'll just add that to the bank. I think the only thing I want to do is just check and if someone doesn't want their name on the bank list, because I can probably do like a Google Sheets, and you know, anybody that has a bank can see it. But I think I'll give someone the option to have their name taken off in case of, if, like I said, some people are more private. And they may not want to have someone see what their bank is. You know, maybe they made a purchase and they don't want someone to know how much they spent or something. But if that's the case, I would just make a separate sheet for them and then just post it so that anybody can go to the Google Sheets and get it. That's why if someone says, can you give them my email or whatever, then yeah, I do that. But if they say, can I get their email? Only if that person has said yes. Usually it's not a big deal. Most people are like, hey, can you give my email to, you know, Bob? Or Bob might say, yeah, you can, you know, give them my email. Like when we do giveaways for other channel or something, they win. And, you know, I'm providing the giveaway. It's one of those that, as long as they're fine with me having their email and stuff. But it's just part of, you know, working in the hospital. You protect everything, you know, privacy, the HIPAA. And you can get in major trouble for disclosing stuff. But between working here and in Grand Junction, and it was a level 2 trauma center, so it was even bigger. Here, it's like everybody kind of knows your business. You go out to around the town, and everybody knows exactly everything. But see, I've been here in the hospital here for almost 11 years, and I was in Grand Junction for, I think it was about 2 years. So altogether, I've spent like 13 years in hospital settings. And I've also been in financial services, like I would do loans and things like that. So you have to protect everything there too. Hey, Road to Redemption. Can't remember when I sent your package. I think it went out today. Not sure. I can't remember. I think it was today. Because you had to hunt last week. So I think everything went out today. Tonight was crazy. Very crazy. We gained 104 new members. And $40 in super chats. I can't remember. Let me see if I don't know. I'll find it. But you get an emoji for every certain amount of members. And I had, I think, 2 more that I could make. But after tonight, I think that'll be quite a bit more. Let me actually do this. There we go. Let's see if I can find all the members. 198. So I am able to do 17 emojis. I think right now I've got 12. Let's see, this is what YouTube has. So if you have the number of members, they start you off with the number of 4, and then as you go up. And I was, I think, at the 14 level. And after tonight, I'm at 17, and in 2 more memberships, I get 18. But I've got to figure out what emojis I would want first. Some of them are pretty simple to come up with, like the buffalo and the V and the, you know, things like that. Oh, MLN! You are 50 cents higher in your bank. You mean that logo? Which I have both stickers and magnets. These are the ones that are like fridge and stuff. 20 minutes. Yep, that's what ours does, is close at 10. So I do need to get my business cards made up. I was also looking at redesigning my logo. And the draft I've come up with at the moment is something like this. So to compare, that was my old logo. I need to make the back the same colors. So it'll be this background, but with this new logo with website and YouTube channel. So that's what I'm kind of thinking of. I think this needs to be moved over just a little bit more. But going from that to that, but I just need the background to be correct. I don't know. Sent you an email. Hopefully I did it correct. Yeah. Yeah, it was just kind of a rough draft and ended up a little too far over. I was like, that's weird. It's supposed to be centered. But yeah, I'll send you a email bill with some info. And I'll give you your bank amount. Because with your giveaway, usually it's $325, but tonight, because of all the people that came in and did all the memberships and super chats, and no tip line, which is fine. I mean, either way is fine, but I know some people don't like to give Google that 30%. But it's one of those that 70% of something is better than 0% of nothing. Oops. Yeah, look for those later. But yeah, I try to make it, you know, kind of laid back and easy going, and very, very seldom do we have to kick someone. It's only happened about once, I think. There's some that we've had to kind of warn and they settle down, but actually kicking someone completely, I think we've only had to do one time. Yeah, and the other thing was, growing up, would go to the movie theater, the second run, you know, after they came out for a while, and then the cheaper theater got it. The movies were $1.50, so everybody would give them $2 because they would give you a 50-cent piece back. You know, so they'd give you a $half, and it's like, I would wonder how many silvers that, you know, because you'd go in and then you'd buy pop or whatever, and usually you just spend the same money they gave you. And I knew about silver, but I don't know if I really paid attention at that point. I don't think I probably did. But that was their thing, is they would give you a 50-cent piece back. And that's like, how many did I possibly spend getting drinks and crap? That might have been silver. But, you know, hindsight. I don't think that's mine, but I'm just going to double check. Nope. It shut off before I even got over there. That wasn't mine. Yeah, our movie theater, the first run was up at the mall, and theirs was always sticky and horrible, and everybody hated going there. The second runs was always clean and nice, and like I said, $1.50, and that was in '80s. It's not mine. Because I remember driving to the movies when I was 16, and that would have been '95. But I think at that time they had risen it by then to $2 or something. But like back when I was, you know, 8, 9, 10, that would have been in the '80s. I know it's probably one of the stupid Airbnb dumbasses that... Sorry, I should be nice. You know, they rent a car, they don't know how to do it, and half the time they're foreign, and... Oh my hell. It's not that hard to, like, not set off your car alarm. Yeah, that's what I said. Oop. See, I grew up in Wyoming, so of course you have a lot of rancher and oil field and coal mining and stuff like that. And then my dad was a driller in the oil field, So I grew up with much, much worse language than that. But I tried to be good, especially around my kids. Kids in general, I should say. The movie theaters, there was two. They were a block apart. They were the same, like, owners. So you had one on one corner, and then a block down was another one. And so they would play the movies that had, come out and had been out for a while because they were cheap. And one was called the American, and the other one was called the Rialto. The Rialto had a balcony. Oh my hell. No bears around here. If anything, it would be mountain lion. Some places call them cougars, and not the women. But around here, you get a lot of people that post on Facebook, "There's a mountain lion roaming around. I caught it on my camera." Yeah, we get a lot of Airbnb, Verbos, whichever. Hey, you're welcome, Block Blockers. Don't know which night or anything, because tonight we had 104 memberships. Well, I think it was 102, and then 2 signed up themselves. Oh my hell. I try to be nice, but sometimes that gets a little old. Hopefully it's not my kids, because they live 6 miles east of town with their mom. Like I said, it's probably some foreign person that is confused about everything. Well, first one I've seen of those. Mayflower contract. So I guess that's a good thing when find 2026. I was gonna say I found 2025 nickels, of course. 2020 or 2026 nickels, 2026 dimes, 2026 halves. Because those were the last ones I found. Two in the same box. But yeah. It's the first 2026 quarter. I picked this box up in May because they had a bunch and I was like, okay, I'll take some. Normally I don't keep a ton of quarters on hand, but they were like basically begging me to take some. Hey, Jimmy. Jimmy, Jimmy, Jimmy. Oops. Yeah. They know I'm live streaming. I was gonna say, that's your second one. You now have $1 in your bank. Be right back. Alright, I'm back. When my kids call me, I just put it on the channel on mute. It's like I want to go out there with a baseball bat and just smash this stupid thing. Probably be funner taking and opening my gun safe. But I think they would frown on that. Because I could tell them, pick your poison. And whatever you choose, I'll make that the way it stops. It's one of those they could take their pick of any of my stuff. Hey, good seeing you. Thanks for coming, Bill. And I will send you an email on your banking stuff. So I probably won't get that sent out tonight, or tomorrow, because I'll wait to hear from you when I email you. But yeah, hopefully we'll see you Thursday at 5:30 Mountain, 6:30 Central, 4:30 Pacific, and it's usually 5:30 to somewhere between 8:30 and 10, depending on if I hunt extra stuff. Thanks, Jimmy. You too. Appreciate all your guys' help, and until I can get my bot stuff fixed and figure out why it's saying that the link is broken. Yeah, like I said, I could let them choose what they get shot with. What's weird is the alarm's going off, but the lights aren't flashing. Maybe it's in their pocket and they're doing some gymnastics or something. Because I looked out, and you know how usually the lights flash? Nothing. Yeah, I could let him choose, do you want my 12 gauge? Do you want my 30-30? Do you want my hey, you see a road? My 9mm, my other 9mm, my 380 auto, my 22, my other 22, my other 22, my what is it, 257? I can't remember the caliber now. .270. Do you want to use my couple other ones I'm forgetting? I only have like 11 of them or something in there. Yeah, that's what we had growing up hunting, because my dad had a 270. So when my brother got his, he got 270 because if they're out hunting, it's easier just to go, oh crap, you know, I need some ammo, and you know, you're like, oh, I didn't bring extra or something, and so that way it was the same caliber. So when I got my gun, I got the 270 for the same reason. And when my dad died, since me and my brother already had 270, my sister took the 270, which we were fine with because we already had one. The one that my brother took, my older brother, he got the Coles gun. It's a 270 with a carved stock. My grandpa, he worked at a liquor store, and there was a wino that came in and wanted some alcohol, and the guy was, you know, wood carver and stuff, and so my grandpa said, well, I gotta, it's at my place. He's like, I've got a 270 if you'd carve some stuff into the butt, you know, I'll give you some. So the guy was like, okay. So he gave him the gun, and then he came back and returned it, and then on one side it has Coles, our last name, C-O-W-L-E-S, carved into the stock on one side, and on the other side it's got some like forest and elk and stuff like that, and deer, can't remember which one, but that's carved on the other half of the stock. And my brother is the one who got it, but he basically is letting me kind of hold on to it because his son isn't like into guns or anything. It's, you know, they didn't grow up with them. You know, they lived in like bigger cities and stuff like that. And my son goes out shooting with me and grandpa and stuff. So basically, he's like, instead of me giving it to my son, who's not going to give a crap, he goes, Alex will much more appreciate it than him. So he's like, I can always ask for it back, but basically just hold on to it. But yeah, it's pretty awesome because, I mean, the guy did a great job. But yeah, like I said, he wanted some alcohol, and my grandpa ran the liquor store, and he was like, okay, I'll trade you. So my grandpa, you know, bought him a bottle of liquor and got the thing carved. Of course, back then it was one of those that you just give the person your gun and they'd, you know, trust you with it. Dad gave me a $5,000 shotgun and my sister a $4,000 horse that year. Sounds like my younger brother, he sets investment goals. And if he hits them, he has something that he will buy for himself or something. So the one year, he set his investment goal, and he's like, if I hit it, I'm going to buy me a 50 cal. Oh, that's the other gun I got in there. I've got an AR. I built myself. Well, with the help of my brother-in-law, who is not exactly what he's doing now, but he can basically, I think he's being leased to the FBI, like leased, being used by like the FBI or something. He was Border Patrol, and then he went to something else, and then I think he went to, was DEA, I don't know, he does all kinds of stuff, but he got the lower receiver that I needed and helped me build it. And so my younger brother, he was, like I said, set investment goal, and if he hits it, he buys it. So that year, he was like, if I hit my goal, I'm going to get a 50 cal. So he ended up buying a 50 cal. That's fun to shoot. And he found a place he could get like a entire case of ammo, like 500 rounds or something like that. And usually, like, the rounds were, you know, $5-6 each, but he was able to get the case for about $3 each. I can't remember which brand. He spent $5,000 on it. On just the gun, not the ammo, because he spent like another $1,500 on the case of ammo. But that's what he set for his. And then the next year, he wanted a, because I had my dad's 30-30, which was his dad's gun, because my brother got the Coles gun. And so I took the 30-30, you know, the lever action, that's the John Wayne looking one, you know, old westerns. It's from like 52 or something. And he wanted one. So he went and he found one online. And it was, I don't know, can't remember the price, but he found it. And when you look at the serial numbers, his is actually older than mine, but looks better. Like, his is like awesome looking. And he got a steal, whatever he got it for. I can't remember what it was, but it was a steal of a deal. But his is actually an older one. So if you look at the like serial numbers, you can tell when they were made. His was made late of the year before mine, and mine was made early in the year of the next year. So we'll just say late 52 and early 53 type thing. So I thought that was kind of cool. It's like, hey, these are kind of brother guns. Sounds good. Yeah, I have my 12 gauge, my AR, my 270, my other 270, which is technically my brother's. I have my 22 rifle, 22 pistol, 380 auto, a concealed 357, another 357. What else? There's the other 22 pistol. Seems like there's another one. Oh, I had another 22 rifle with a scope that was actually my ex's or ex-mother-in-law's, and it was just kind of left with me when I moved out, and so I just had it in my safe. And then I don't know, it was about a year ago or so, my ex was like, "Do you still have my mom's 22?" And I was like, "Yeah," because I was going to give it to my son when he was old enough, and basically been like, "This was your grandma's," but she asked for it, so I gave it to him because it wasn't mine. So that's why I was thinking there was a 11th. I was like, I have 11. Where is it? And I'm like, oh, never mind. It's not 11. It was 11. Nine more rolls after this. I was only going to do like half a box, but then I was like, eh. But then I have to scope all of them. I have people ask me, are you worried about getting robbed? It's like, no. Because number one, probably 95% of all my collection is locked up. I have a little bit out, but that's because I'm just haven't put it away. Like this one, 74. You know, I don't have a ton of stuff like that. And I'm like, and if they break in, they're going to have major help to get to my safe. Because number one, my safe empty is like, I don't know, 400 or 500 pounds. It's a 2-hour rated fire safe. It can hold like 24 guns or something. So when you move, you can take it off, the door off of it to help move it easier, but they would have to break in, and then if they were just going to steal all my coin, they would literally have to move, oh boy, probably close to half a ton. Let's see, what is it? 4, 8, 12. Two, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. another 25 and 25 and 25, 25 and about another 20. And not quite half a ton. Quarter ton, 600 pounds. And that's just the boxed stuff. So all my loose coin, probably another 100 pounds. So yeah, they would number one be spending so much time just to get the safe out. And if they wanted to steal all my coin, then they're idiots. I mean, they could move 700 pounds of coin. Not all of them are in boxes, but you know, if they want to move 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 boxes of nickels with 4 of them being opened. I've got 9 that are unopened. People don't realize that takes a lot to move that much in and out. Like when I pick them up from the bank, I'll carry 4 boxes of halves out. But when I bring them in, I don't carry all 4 in. I back my car up and then bring a couple in at a time. So when you end up with 4 boxes of halves and 3 or 4 boxes of nickels and a box of quarters and a box of dimes and I need to get a lot of it back into the bank. And the reason is because I've BH. Because I have spent a ton of money getting more inventory for my website. And I only buy it if it's a deal that I can, you know, like I said, pass on. Once in a while, you get some stuff that is higher stuff, like the Geiger stuff. You're paying a premium for Geiger. Scottsdale, you're paying a premium for Scottsdale. But like this 500 gram Schloss Goldengose, 500 grams of fine copper, 999.9. Fien Cooper is German for fine copper. For Bitcoin, I have some Bitcoin stuff, like colorized and non-colorized and things. I've got 37 of these lion stackers. So when they go in, they actually don't slide around. So if you line them up, they lock together. And then I've got an unopened tube of 2010 Schloss Goldengose. They only put 19 in a tube. I don't know why. But these are not cheap. And I have some like 1 kilo copper. That one's on my website. Yep. ABDP, avoirdupois. I believe it's how you say it. Which is what ABDP stands for, avoirdupois. There are places that will label it as troy, like they'll actually sell rounds and stuff and they'll say 1 troy ounce, but copper is not measured in troys. I think they're doing that just to be like, oh look, I've got a troy ounce. Yeah, but copper is not measured in troy ounces. Copper is measured in regular grams, pounds. And then you get some that if people aren't careful, you can get ones like this one that says 1 ounce silver pure, but you can see that it's actually copper. It's like a tribute, not tribute, whatchamacallit. Yeah, tribute. But if people aren't looking, they're going to say, ooh, 1 ounce of pure silver. Well, it's not. These are easier to tell because they're all copper. I need to get these pictured and labeled on my website. This one's on there. But yeah, I've, in the last probably 3 months, just building up inventory as I am able to get it for a decent price. I found one guy that I had purchased a thing on eBay, and he had messaged me and said, hey, I got, tons more stuff. If you have anything you want, let me know. And I said, well, what do you got? And I said, because if we can do it off eBay, you don't have to pay the 13.25%. I don't have to pay 8.45% in taxes, because Utah taxes copper sales, because they do not consider it a precious metal. And precious metals like silver are not taxed, but copper is. So I was like, I'm saving, hey, we got number 2. And, I'm saving 8.5%, you're saving 13.25%. And together, we're saving 20% cheaper. And so he sent me a picture. I'd send him, yeah, let me do this, this, that, this, and this. So I got hooked up with him. Because he's got a lot of stuff that, you guys like. And because I could buy a ton of crap, but number one, I just don't want to buy crap just to buy crap. You know, I try to carry stuff that is going to sell. Because there's some stuff I could get that it's like, I can guarantee you that will not sell. My customer base is not going to buy that. And there's some things that I get, like a lot of my Trump stuff, I didn't pick it out. It was just in a, you know, I'd buy a lot of, you know, 150 rounds. And it was just, you know, assortment of miscellaneous rounds, not like tubes or anything. And so it was a bunch of different Trump ones. Would I have ordered that many if I was buying just Trump? No. Do I sell the stuff? Yeah, people buy it. Some of the stuff that I know sells, I'll buy extras of. Just like these are a good seller. Walking or Standing Liberty. I was able to pick up another tube. So I was like, score. Like the Scottsdale Lions, I do have some of those, but those are because they're premium and I kind of had to buy them. But like this, I bought 2 tubes of these because, you know, patriotic American stuff does very well. But yeah, just buying stuff, just building the inventory and everything has just depleted a bunch of my savings. But I was figuring it up, if I take all this coin, like the brand new halves and crap, I can replenish it pretty decent. Not as much as I've spent. But like on Shopify, I bought the year plan instead of a monthly plan because I can save $120 over a year and just pay for it all up front. If you can take them to a bank or something that will take them, that's easier. But like I said on mine, I have to bust them open. And what's funny is I will literally smash them, because I used to open them, and then one time I accidentally dropped a box and then like a lot of them kind of busted open. And I was like, dude. So I picked it up and slammed it on the ground, and picked it up and slammed it on the ground. Worked great. And then I would put them in and I was just like, I wonder. And so I started throwing them at other rolls. And when they hit the roll, they kind of smush and not explode, but the paper kind of rips open. And then all you have to do is just take the paper and just finish ripping it. And it's kind of fun to do, but it's also very... Takes you 4 minutes to do a box? You must have a great coin machine. Mine is like a little slot, and it is a pain in the ass. Like today I did 2 bags, which had a box of, or 2 boxes of halves, 2 boxes of nickels, and there was a box of halves and a box of nickels in each bag, and all of those together took me about 25 minutes. Because you basically have one little slot. You can't just dump them in. It's like you have to slide them through. In fact, half the time, 2 halves will get stuck kind of going in together, and you have to take another half and like literally shove those 2 in for it to actually go under the little slot. So it's like 1 millimeter too short to have 2 coins go through together, 2 halves go through together. On dimes and nickels and stuff, they go through a lot easier, but then it'll say, whoa, you got a lot of coins, we need to catch up or something. It won't let you put more coins in until they get unplugged, because they've got so many that they're doing. It'd be great if I could just dump them in a big hopper and just let them go through, but that's why I find if I do halves, I never get that message. If I mix halves and quarters or halves and nickels, sometimes I get that message. But if it's just like nickels and dimes, some quarters, I'll get, whoa. Yeah, if I tried doing a single layer thing, it would take me even 10 times longer, because it's literally, I don't know, 6 inches wide and maybe 10 inches long that you can lift up, and it only lifts up about 1 inch. So I find I can dump a whole bunch in and then kind of slide them back and forth at where they go through, and they'll kind of slide through easy. I should do a video of it sometime. I was going to say I've got a ton of stuff to go through, but I remembered I hunted an entire box, not half a box. Normally I do half a box. Spitting Eagles. Yep. '83 Philly is the Spitting Eagle. And what you want is a line going basically from the beak, kind of right here, going kind of down. When you see it, it's like, oh, okay. But if you don't know like what to look for, then it's like, I don't know. I've had a couple and it's like, ooh, and then it's like, oh, that's a scratch. Never mind. You could probably go to like PCGS and look at 83P Spitting Eagle variety and see good examples of it. 70D is DDO and DDR. A 69 Denver is a D over D and a D over rotated D, which that is more damage than you could really tell. So. 68 Denver is a DDR. '66 Phillies are DDR. See, why can't you ever find a good one in like that? Or find one of those varieties in a good condition, I mean. And the last stack, and then we'll call it a night. It's a 65 Denver, or 65 Philly, DDR and DDO. And see, a lot of people will see some of those and go, oh, that's doubled. No, that's machine. For me, the easiest spot to tell is right on the E and the R. On the back, I've never found one, so it's just going from what I remember seeing. So like on that, most people would probably go, oh, because they see that I and the B and the, U and the M, but there's none of the seraphine on any of the other ones. I'm not like a master at, machine doubling, but after you see enough of them, you just kind of go, well, machine. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 more. Two more. Alrighty. Just two 2026s. First ones I've ever found. All in basically July. So there you go. Again, thanks to Jim Thompson for 10 memberships, Billy for a membership, Roy Hathaway for 20 memberships, Craig, $20 super chat, Real Bill did 5 memberships, Future Motive did a $20 super chat, Jim Thompson did 10 more gift memberships, a couple new members that did by themselves, and International for 50 memberships. So tonight, altogether, 104 new members, 166 likes. So hopefully we can get some of these back and continue coming. We had a V-nickel, a buffalo nickel, 30s, 40s, 50s, 24s, and a washer. Right now I'm just doing the recap thing. Yeah, it was crazy. I gained let's see, where was it? 65 new members, or 65 new subs, 104 new members. And that's ready to go for another night. All right. Well, thanks, guys. Been long, I know. It's only been going for, I don't know, quite a while. Streamlabs only says 1 hour and 28 minutes, but I know it didn't restart, so I don't know. But there you go. Thanks, and we will see you Thursday. Thank you, everyone. Appreciate it. Have a good night. 5 hours and 18. Yeah, I was going to say, I don't know why it says live 1 hour, 28 minutes, and 30 seconds. Because it's been a heck of a lot longer than that. But anyway, we will see you. Good night. Take care. No more car alarm.